every day.
Totally.
I miss the sun.
Don't we all?
So the other night, the two of us actually rode up to the top of Twin Peaks.
Oh, yeah?
And the fog was thick. It was like misting.
Yeah.
So much so that I got home and I was wet.
Definitely.
Right.
Is that the same type of fog, or is that like what's happening when that occurs?
Yeah, so there you're just in it. So so that fog, like when you think about the radiation, the wintertime fog I told you about, where it's building from the surface, sometimes we think of that as being much thicker fog because you're like right in it, it's in your face. Whereas this fog, a lot of times it's overhead.
Yeah.
In this case, you're on Twin Peaks, so you've climbed some elevation, and now you're just in the actual cloud, and you're getting, deposition of those water droplets all over you. So.
And many years ago, we talked about fog briefly, and I remember talking about there being kelp and stuff in the fog. Like,
yeah.
what is the fog made
Is the
up
fog
of?
carrying
Right.
some elements from our environment in the air with it?
Yeah, okay, so this is going to get a little bit nerdy, but in order to
Great.
so you can't have water just condense on itself. It needs some sort of particle for it to condense on, like if you think about a cloud seed, so like a piece of dirt, like an aerosol.
Yeah.
I think that there are some like bacteria and microbes it can condense on. Our fog, Carl, is mostly condensed on sea salt particles, which are really water loving, so it can happen really easily. But I think probably that's what they're talking about, is maybe
Sure.
there's some particle of kelp, and water was like, sure, I'll get on you.
Question from Mac, and then also for my wife. He asked how clean is fog? Is it good for drinking water? And she wanted to know, is it good for my skin?
Oh, good questions. So there is some really interesting fog water collection like programs out there. One that I want to just like buzz is Fog Quest, which is a really cool charity.
Fog Quest?
Yeah. So they
Sign us up for Fog Quest,
Right.
please.
It actually sounds like an amazing video game, but
It's a scavenger hunt you have to do in the fog.
Yeah.
so they it's a nonprofit that makes fog collectors for communities, usually ones that are in really arid areas that are also rather poor. So Guatemala, they have some in parts of Spain and parts of Africa. And so there are areas that have fog, but not a lot of precipitation. And so the fog blows through these nets and then collects the water droplets. But, there are, so getting back to your question, there can be problems with that because they can pick up pollution along the way, and that can be in the water droplets. So purifying that is maybe not something readily available to them. So that fog is more often used for like agricultural purposes and not necessarily drinking. So if you collected fog water here, I wouldn't necessarily drink it. I would use it maybe for your plants or something like that. When I was working in Italy like a year and a half ago, we were collecting fog water, and it was black. It was because it had collected a bunch of soot particles from a fire, I think someone was just burning a fire at their house.
So it seems like fog sort of accentuates so many of the elements we contain already in our natural environment and just brings them up to elevation and puts them in our face. Remember the fog vodka from a few years ago?
Right, yeah.
That same sort of deal.
The hanger one, fog vodka, it's
that's
still
what it was.
around.
Yeah.
Hopefully that wasn't getting black fog.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think I think that's also why it's more expensive. Like a fog collector can maybe collect like 10 liters of water a day in like a nice foggy condition. I think up to 40 liters a day at maximum. But so you're not collecting that much fog water, and you got to purify it and then make it into the vodka.
Gotcha.
So.
Totally.
I'm imagining us putting up like a really big net on Sutro.
Yeah.
And then using it to water all the parks around town.
I like that.
Yeah, I think it's actually really, really interesting science, and the more they improve the collectors, the more I think we should be using it in San Francisco. I did build a collector
cool.
for a tiny home project. That
There's a lot in that
2 years
sentence
ago.
that really interests me.
Can you expand on that?
Fog collector and a tiny home project.
Right. Yeah, so some folks at Berkeley, they were entering this like SMUD contest, the Sacramento
Mud.
Municipal.
Yeah, the Sacramento Mud Conference. Yeah.
It's like the name of the municipal district of Sacramento. Nice name choice. Anyway, so they had a tiny home competition, and it was also about being as like green as possible. And so I said, like, I'm going to build you a fog collector. This would be a cool feature. So yeah, I made one with the Fog Quest actually sent me free free netting, and then I just followed the directions. It's 1 meter by 1 meter. And yeah, they won, I think, second place, and they won a special award for water conservation. So.
Nice.
Very cool.
Good work.
Yeah.
Is a fog collector something we can build at home to nourish our own plants with?
Yeah, it's not very hard to build. You need like a drill, because you want like a metal frame, and then you just stretch the netting over the frame, and you want it to be kind of high. I think you want it to be like 1 meter high, so that you're catching some of the fog. But it probably depends what direction you're facing, because you want like to be facing east-west probably, so that the droplets are impacting the surface of the net.
Gotcha.
I'm imagining a future 20 years from now where Scott Wiener passes a bill where every rooftop has to have a fog collector.
Yeah, totally. No longer good enough to throw all white to reflect heat. It's like, nah, we got to start making these things do a little bit more.
But to answer your wife's question, I have no idea how it might impact your skin.
Okay.
Yeah. The nice thing is our fog coming off the coast is much cleaner than, say, like fog that's forming inland, because it's just this pristine ocean air. So.
Totally. It does feel that way. In Northern California in general, we have so many elements that play a role in our daily lives, and fog just seems like a great one that's just, not only hitting us and feeling good, but also nourishes the plants, the wildlife like it. As being a sequoia, a tall tree myself, essential to my growth. Can you talk about how fog impacts the environment in Northern California and all around us?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the way that it's been the most popular way is thinking about the redwoods and the redwood ecosystem. The needles are, I can't say designed, but the features of them are for the fog water to impact the needle, and then the droplet to drop to the ground. And so the fog itself is a big deal for the redwoods, but it's an even bigger deal for everything below them, the ecosystem below it, because they can get like twice as much of their moisture from those droplets hitting the ground than it can from just precipitation.
Excellent.
So it's really good for the ecosystem. I think in the summer, when it's a lot drier, they get about 60% of the moisture they need for growing from the fog. So it can be pretty damaging if we have a low fog year, even though all of us are all happy in our bathing season stuff. And then it's important for the redwoods. It's like the first plant or tree that was identified as being able to actually take in fog. It's called foliar uptake from like into the needles rather than from the roots. So it doesn't happen that often, but it can actually take in the fog.
Cool. So the tree can like soak it in?
Yeah. From like the stomata, I guess you'd think of it as like the leaf pore.
So it just pulls it from the air. That's fascinating.
Yeah, and more often it's going to like impact and then drip to the ground and go to the roots, but especially when it's really dry, something kicks in the tree and it starts taking it in that way. Yeah, a thirsty tree.
Yeah. Well, hey, we've been chatting for about 20 minutes now, and I have a bunch more fog questions.
Same.
But want to give everyone at home the chance, tweet in your fog questions. If you've been hanging out the last 20 minutes, it is clear that Ellen is our fog expert.
Yes.
Dr. Gray, if you will.
Yes.
Whoa. I got another 9 months.
Yeah. All right. Almost Dr. Gray. So we're going to go eat some donuts in a second.
Yeah, so a few things. Also, we've recently tweeted a few fog-related tweets that have come in from people, so check those out. Melissa Graber sent in a great fog poem that she loves. And then Andy Cooper sent in a sticker that he used to hand out in the neighborhood back in the day that says, Outer Sunset District Fog. Looks really cool. So check those out as well.
Yeah.
Very nice. Do you have a song for a foggy day? Do you have a song like when you're working and thinking about the fog, writing something down in a notebook? You're like, this is my fog song.
Oh my gosh.
Or just a song you love. That also works.
Whatever. It's community radio.
I was going to do a happy song. Fog song's a little more somber.
Ooh, and I'm up for a happy fog.
Yeah, totally.
Okay,
Whatever.
happy song?
Yeah.
Okay. For a happy song, I wanted to do Raise Hell by Sir the Baptist.
Okay.
All right.
That is my definite like happy dancey song, which I think we need right now. The Fogus has been intense.
Yeah. Thank you for taking it away next month.
I'm going to work on it.
I know you're personally responsible for these type of things.
You get a big fan, blow it away. Yeah.
Cool. Well, we're going to step outside the studio, eat a donut, and we'll be back in just a few minutes here on BFF.FM. Turn the volume up on Spotify so you can hear what's going on. Cool.
Girl out. Mama say she gonna lose me. She prayed the angels out on duty. Preacher can't even rebuke me. No, born a sinner. me sorta. I won't heaven when I die, but there's this one thing that I can't seem to change. This my bad habit. You 9 to 5 and I've been there trapping, worried, even nerds trap. We call that Inspector Gadget with no seeing sweet. That's magic in your blood. That's that magic you've been living just to keep up. But tonight we about to turn the fuck up. Mama say she gonna lose me. Yeah, she pray the angels out on duty. Preacher can't even rebuke me. Yeah, yeah. Born a sinner and I'm about to sin again tonight. You gon' have to forgive me. I'ma raise hell until I reach heaven's door. You gon' have to forgive me. I'ma raise hell until I reach heaven's door. Hey, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah. Good girls, bad girls, bigger rims and those vagabonds. Homie call a few thotties, skip body green everywhere like Don Juan. Big pimpin' like Don Juan. Diamonds in my cup like Don Juan. Church turned up like Don Juan. We all addicted. What you want, that bad habit? You 9 to 5 and I've been that trapping. Even kids got power rings. Be our troopers when they strap it. Turn 32, then that's that magic. That's that Don fucking magic. Thank the good Lord for the good luck. Cause tonight we about to turn the fuck up. Mama say she gonna lose me. Yeah, she pray the angels out on duty. Yeah, preacher can't even rebuke me. Yeah, I'm a sinner, but I'm about to sin a fucking. You're gonna have to forgive me. I'ma raise hell until I reach heaven door. You're gonna have to forgive me. I'ma raise hell until I reach it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What? Squad. Yeah. Just wanna dance. She didn't come to hear me preach. She just wanna dance. She didn't come to hear me preach. She just wanna dance. She don't wanna hear me preach. She just wanna dance. She didn't wanna hear me preach. She just wanna dance. Go on and dance, shawty. Go on and dance, shawty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Church. 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 They just wanna dance and I'm gonna let them. Yeah, they just wanna dance and I'm gonna break the music. Come on, they just wanna.
When you mentioned that you wanted to play an upbeat song and then it was called Raise Hell, I was like,
She just wanna dance. She didn't come to hear me preach. She just wanna dance. She don't wanna hear me preach. She just wanna dance. She didn't wanna hear me preach. She just wanna dance. Go on and dance, shawty. Go on and dance, shawty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Church. 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 They just wanna dance and I'm gonna let them. Yeah, they just wanna dance and I'm gonna break the music. Come on, they just wanna.
when you mentioned that you wanted to play an upbeat song and then it was called Raise Hell, I was like, okay, all right, whatever. A little bit of juxtaposition, but now it's like, okay, I get you. I
Pretty
feel you.
upbeat, pretty upbeat. I feel warmer already.
Who was that? That was great.
Sir the Baptist.
Sir the Baptist. Very nice. Well, hey, we are joined back here in the studio by Ellen Gray, our local fog spurt, studying the fog over at Berkeley. Hey, gotta ask you, you've done a lot of reporting on, studying the fog. You've done a lot of work, but have you looked at the fog from the perspective of a helicopter?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, then do we have a treat for you? Because, as you can see, this station just made of money. Everything's plated in
Flush
gold in
with
here.
cash.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah.
suits,
Yeah,
ties.
suits, yeah, exactly. And so we spent all the extra money that we got in the pledge drive last week. Thank you, everyone, by the way, for donating.
We actually didn't. Can we very briefly
yeah.
want to say some thank yous for folks that donated last week? My mom,
Mama.
one, Andrew Chapello chipped in. Thank you so much. Amber Hasselbring, who runs Nature in the City, nonprofit here in town, and then Tottenham Sturm,
So nice.
National Geographic's Photographer of the Year 2013 to present. Every year cleans up the award. He takes beautiful
Awesome.
shots of the bay.
Wow, that's awesome.
So
Yeah, but-
thank you so much to everyone.
Yeah, we hit our mark. We knocked it out of the park, really. You'll all be getting your Rollover Easy Earthquake backpack that comes with a loaf of tartine,
Little bottle for net.
little bottle of Fernet, 2 cans of LaCroix.
One of those really old Muni passes in case we just go back to paper transfers for the month.
It's a good backpack, that's for sure. All right, let's get up in this helicopter. Let's do it. Good morning, San Francisco. Currently flying up over the Mission District where it's 63 degrees. Ellen, what are you seeing out there?
Oh, well, it's warming up downtown, but the rest of the bay looks pretty foggy.
Yeah, it's a foggy one out there. If you get a little precipitation over in North Beach where it's 63 degrees, 61 in Richmond. Where do you want to fly this helicopter to?
Oh, well, I'd like to go to the sunset, see some more of that fog. I want to see it come right over the Pacific.
Oh, yeah, come in 61 degrees, and let's head on back towards the studio where we are.
Welcome back to the diner, you two.
I want to go back. That was awesome.
It's a very fun helicopter. Right?
Ask and you shall receive.
We went up on the roof really quickly.
I know, that's true. That's very true.
So we are in the midst of August. We're at the very end of August. And it seemed like this year it's been particularly dense and gray.
Yeah.
Am I imagining that?
Well, it fluctuates a lot year to year. I don't know if you remember last Labor Day weekend, but we hit 106 last Labor Day weekend.
Oh, this was that time last year?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
My cats were freaking.
Right. It was awful. I had a bunch of frozen food all over me, just trying to cool off.
Peas on your head.
I had to get creative. But this September 1st, it's going to be 64.
Ooh, okay.
So that's a pretty solid difference. So
Yeah.
there's just a lot of natural fluctuation in weather. A lot of the year-to-year fluctuation has to do with how strong that high-pressure system is off the coast. Because the stronger it is, the stronger the current going down the coast is. So then we get more upwelling. The sea surface temperatures are cooler. So it's all this big feedback loop. Where when you have that really strong high-pressure system, you get more fog. And then when you have really, really warm days out in the Central Valley, that increases that temperature and pressure differential. So you'll definitely notice more fog when it's really, really hot out there. So it's been pretty hot in California this
Definitely.
summer.
Is that what gives us the thing that I really love, which is like you're coming from the east, say the Sierra, and you've seen Obie Kaufman out there, obviously.
Naturally.
And you come back and it's like 105 degrees in the car, and you're like an hour outside of San Francisco, and you get to San Francisco and it's 62.
Right.
Is that what brings that all together? Is that like clash of temperatures?
Yeah, so if you look at the temperature differential on a year-to-year basis, you can look over really long time scales. It correlates super well with a number of foggy days in San Francisco. So it's definitely an important factor for just bringing in that marine layer onto the onshore or onto the land. So, yeah.
Very nice. I have to wonder, is the fog that we're getting where it's over us, that's Carl the fog, but then the fog when it's like laying out on the bay and it's low, is that the inland fog? Is that coming the opposite direction? Because sometimes the fog is just really low sitting on the bay. It'll sit like under the Golden Gate Bridge.
Right, so when it's over on the ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the marine fog. So really the only difference between what we would call advection fog and marine fog is whether it's on land or not.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
what's happening is that marine fog that's forming out on the ocean just gets pushed onto the land. So it's just kind of pre-advection fog. Yeah.
Is there a way that you wish you could study fog, like in an ideal world, an experiment you'd like to run, or something that you would like to observe in a new way?
Mainly I just want a time machine because...
Tell,
Yeah, so-
do tell. Yeah.
Small ask. Just because for my own research in the Central Valley and for researching fog here, I want to go back in time and have more complete records. I'm already impressed at how complete the records are. Like I have one fog record that goes back to 1910.
Whoa.
And so
Fantastic.
Yeah, when I was looking at some of the numbers that are like in these ledgers, I'm like, you are so dead right now. Like this is crazy. But so I am impressed with that and the meteorologists that kept that up. But to really understand it, to have records that are past, a lot of them only go back to like 1975 or something like that. And climatology happens on these really long time scales. And so for us to really understand, if the trend is declining, what caused that, how different elements are impacting the fog, I would love to have more records.
Shout out to the person in 1910 who's like, you know what, I'm going to start writing this stuff down.
Right.
Probably get a record of
He's a
it.
true hero.
Did he reference it as Carl the fog?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's been going on for longer.
Where did Carl the Fog come from, the name? Do we know the origin of Carl?
I don't think. Isn't he still a mysterious? Like we don't actually know who's creating.
We don't. There was
I thought you were going to know that.
I actually was really banking on that as well. Yeah.
Oh.
There's a really mysterious BFF interview from like 4 years ago where somebody got on the phone with Carl the Fog and they like distorted the voice, but it only lasts like 2 minutes. It's really weird.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Burrito Justice.
Can I find this online?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to hear a distorted voice go, yes, it's,
I'm Carl the Fog.
it is I, Carl.
It's like deep though.
You were just traveling in Italy. Do their weather systems out there, does their fog have the social media presence that ours does?
Oh, I should start Carl the Fog in Italy. But
What would it be called?
yeah, what's it good?
Vincenzo the Fog.
Fog in Italian is nebbia, so we gotta.
Ooh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. And is fog, I imagine this is a phenomena that occurs just around the globe. Is that correct?
Yeah. So when you go to a global fog conference, which I have done.
Whoa.
Last one was in Wrocław, Poland. Shout out to my fog people. You have people from all over the world who are presenting on both advection fog and valley fog. And it really impacts many ecosystems. It's really important for safety for humans, landing planes, driving. People in the Central Valley know what those car accidents can be like in the fog. And so it has a lot of impacts for our ecosystems and climatology. And so there's a lot of people researching it in their kind of local, regional communities.
Cool. I was going to ask about your dissertation, if I could.
Yeah.
Are you trying to answer a central question about fog or come up with a new observation? Or what is the focus of the research that you're doing right now?
Yeah, so my research focuses on the trends in fog frequency in the Central Valley and in the Po Valley in Italy. They've both seen really stark declines in fog in the last 35 years or so. So in the Central Valley, it's over 70% decrease in the number of fog days in the winter, which has a really big impact on their agriculture and the plants that they can grow there. The farmers are pretty freaked out about it. But conversely, like there was so much fog earlier in the 20th century that they actually had fog days where like people couldn't go to school.
Wow.
Because it's so dense that people.
Sounds like a great reason to miss that day.
Right. It's just unsafe to drive. So people in the Central Valley know about the impacts of fog for sure in ways that I don't even think we have here. But I researched the decline in fog and whether that's due to changes in air pollution. So I look at a lot of trends in air pollution and air pollution regulation in California, or if it has more to do with climate change and just teasing out the relative importance of those two variables on the frequency of fog.
Interesting.
And what are you seeing around here in this climate in the Bay Area?
Yeah, the Bay Area is a little bit trickier because what causes advection fog has to do with large-scale dynamics, so that big high-pressure system. But then there are local things that can change it too, like if, a park turns into asphalt, like a parking lot, you're going to have warmer temperatures. And, in San Francisco, we have a lot of pockets where the fog is burned off, right? So you hit some fog and then it's gone. And that can have to do with the topography or just pockets of heat. And so since there's a lot of large-scale dynamics and then these heterogeneous conditions on the ground, it can be hard to know if we're seeing a climate change signal or just changes to the surface. So it's a little bit tricky.
You're getting into the thing that I think gives me the most joy in the fog, which is how it affects our microclimates, right?
Yeah.
You talked about living over by the delicious flaky croissant bakery. What's it called again? I always
Something
forget.
like that. Just the bakery. Michaela called it the best bakery in town.
I want to call it like aristocrat, but I know that that's wrong. So like over there where you're at, it might be really foggy, whereas here where the studio is, it could be totally clear.
Right.
Is that because of how the fog is shaping off the bay, off of the hills? Like what happens in that situation?
I'm guessing a lot of it has to do with the hills it hits on the way. So, like, the missions really has kind of that, the Twin Peaks and some of those, like, where I live, it's right before the University of San Francisco, that big hill, what's called Lone Mountain, not well known. But the fog hits that, and then you don't have nearly as much if you just walk 2 minutes further west or east. So I think a lot of it has to do with the mountains. Or hills, I would say, but also just like it just is warmer on this side. So if water vapor that's cooled and condensed into fog just evaporates.
Totally. When,
Gotcha.
when we're looking up and we're imagining sort of fog rolling in above us, sometimes you sort of see the fog disappear or dissipate. What causes that? When because it's such a cool phenomenon.
So magical.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Once I was up at Tilden, and there was just a ton of fog in the bay, and I was standing on the ridge just watching it blow. You can see that it's blowing so fast and then completely disappearing.
Yeah.
It's like a magic trick. It's really cool. That is just science in action, because it's really exciting to see. All that's happening is that the water molecule is going from a liquid phase and just evaporating into a gaseous phase, so we can't see it. It's still there. It's just changing phase, and so we can't see it anymore. Kind of like on a cold day, if you were to blow out your breath, you have all this humidity and warmth in your mouth, and then it cools really fast because it's really cold, but then it disappears, right?
Yeah.
Because it just changes back into that gaseous phase. That's all that's happening, but the water molecules are still there.
Science in action.
So wait, is it dissipating because the air is getting colder or warmer?
Warmer. Yeah. So like when I was up at Tilden, that other side of the valley, it's a lot warmer and drier, and so it's mixing with that warm, dry air and just evaporating, but it looks like it's going into like a black hole.
That's
Totally.
what, and I think this is a phrase that you coined, nature's lava lamp, when it comes over Twin Peaks, is so cool when you see it like really hitting Twin Peaks hard, and then it hits that, now I'm learning, that warm air in the Mission, and suddenly it's just like kind of slowly coming through.
Right.
Yeah.
That's really
That's
cool.
fantastic. Man, fog. Tell you what.
You guys want to study fog with me?
Yes.
Yeah. Who are the fog, like, you're our
your fog mentor?
expert, but who's your fog mentor? Like, who are the fog, the head folks that are studying this right now?
Right. Well, so at Berkeley, Todd Dawson is definitely a person that, like, when I was, learning a lot about San Francisco fog, a lot of it was based on his research and work. And he actually is an ecologist that studies redwoods, and that brought him into trying to understand the fog better. So a lot of what we understand now about why, like, the dynamics of the fog and why it impacts San Francisco so much is cited by him and his work. So it's really cool to have him as a resource on campus to talk to, and just someone that you bring up fog and he lights up and gets super excited.
I want to let you know you're the same way. Like, when
Yeah,
you ask a
totally,
question, you get perked up. It's great to see.
Cal seems like a fantastic location to study fog too. You're right at the doorway, at the cusp of where fog occurs. Are there any other institutions around the world that are progressing the knowledge of fog in the same way that Cal is and that you are?
Well, so some of the schools that you wouldn't necessarily think of here on the California coast have a lot of fog. Like UC Santa Cruz has like a...
Go Slugs.
Yeah. Peter White's has some interesting work looking into like mercury in fog, for instance. And so they're part of FogNet. We have a lot of cool fog groups. Yeah.
Whoa, okay.
FogNet.
FogNet's great.
Yeah. So that's a group... a lot of them are on California that's studying coastal advection fog and trying to just have more scientists talking to each other so people kind of know what other people are studying and we can progress the field further collectively. But it's become larger now where there's other scientists with observation places throughout the country. So that's part of FogNet. Yeah.
Huge disappointment that fog.com resolves to free online games.
Oh my gosh.
what?
Really?
That's true.
So we're having a big guacamole party next weekend. You're invited, by the way.
It's going to be a hoot.
It's going to be great. And every year, as we get to about this time, I start looking at the weather a couple days out.
Right.
How can I know, looking at my weather apps, if it's going to be foggy or not? Is there any tricks of the trade that you as a professional, or anything, like, is there a fog god I can pray to?
Add-on question, what weather app do you use?
Yeah, I really like AccuWeather. It's a good weather app. Wonderground, Weather Underground is definitely my favorite. It's got some cool graphs. Can nerd out on it.
There's a app called Carl the Fog. Well, just called Carl Weather, and it's just all kind of fog-based weather, if you will. It's very important.
But it doesn't quite tell us if there's going to be no fog on September 8th.
So how do we determine that?
Yeah, it was. So I lived in the East Bay for my first 3 years at Cal, and I'd really want to know, like, am I going to leave the sun and go to San Francisco? I did this once on 4th of July. I was at this great 4th of July barbecue, and then I met people at Crissy Field, and it was blistering cold. And I was like,
52 and windy. Yeah.
man, I wish I had a good answer for you. What we need to do is make one. There's probably some smart people listening.
I think if it was something easy to figure out, then we wouldn't need folks like you. But it's hard.
Yeah.
You're doing something that like has so many different factors
Totally.
coming into it that it's really impressive.
Are there any
So.
computer simulations for your understanding fog better that your models that you're running through, or is this still a science that is based on observation?
Oh, there are absolutely people that do computer simulations. The computer work I do is more just statistical based, like long-term statistical models. But
I hope at the end just a long sheet of paper prints out and it just says hella fog.
Right.
Calculations are done.
But I went to this cool talk a couple years back from some people from SFO, and they were doing computer simulations of fog because
cool.
The two runways they have are so close together that when it's foggy, they can only have one of them open. That's why there are like most delays there ever.
Fascinating.
Yeah, so they're trying to model the fog and just be better at predicting it, understanding it, because that's probably really expensive for them to have so many of those flights canceled.
So
Totally.
the reason why everyone is grumpy at airports flying into San Francisco is because of Carl.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and because there are only the runways have to be so close together because it's constrained by the water.
Which I think is the responsibility of our previous guest, which you were mentioning, Larry Goldspan.
Oh, yeah.
So you and Larry should get together in between the fog and the bay.
Yeah, Larry's he's the guy whose signature is on the bottom of every permit having to do with anything on the 400 miles of bay shore that we have here.
Yeah, I really enjoyed listening to that conversation. It was super interesting.
Yeah, he was a great one.
Also, you're very much the yin to Obi Kaufman's yang, the gentleman we spoke with last week, where he is so much on the natural side and one side of his brain where he's just like watercoloring and creative, but is so enthralled with what's going on in the natural world, and you're very much on the statistical and analytical side of what's happening. Did you ever, move over to the other side of your brain to enjoy fog from a more creative perspective, or are you always sort of looking, wondering, and analyzing?
Yeah. Well, sometimes I feel like I can only turn one side on at a time. But before I started studying atmospheric science, I was a photography major and studied and practiced photography for 4 or 5 years. And so I think that was a lot more creative, and I was really good at coming up with ideas in that way. But I do really like to photograph the fog, and I think it's still somewhat analytical because you got a lot of shutter speed. You have to think about a lot of things, but that's a fun way to just shut off the analytical thoughts and just think about the composition and the beauty of it and the movement.
Nice.
So that's the best I got.
It's good. It's great that you get to kind of step out of your work and enjoy the fog the way the most of us do. Well, hey, we are at the tail end of our show here, so we want to include you on one last segment that we like to do called our Add Venture Capital segment. And you got to say the segment all together, so we have to say Add Venture Capital, and then we get into it. Does that sound good?
Okay, let's do it.
All right. It's now time for our Add Venture Capital.
All right.
Great.
No. Let's try it again. We didn't say it all together. We got this. We're all just going to do it at the same
Okay.
time. Ready? Deep breath. You ready? Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. It's now time for our
Add Venture Capital.
All right.
There you go. There it is. Thumbs up. We did it. We made it, fam.
Go team.
So this is a segment where here's the thing. Right now in San Francisco, there's lots of venture capital firms. And what these venture capital firms do is they take big pools of money and invest them in smaller companies, usually tech companies, with the hopes of reaping a big reward. And the truth is, we don't really care.
Yeah.
Don't care about
Not
that.
about that life.
No. Mm-mm. But let me tell you what we do care about. We are all about adventures here on Roll Over Easy. So right now we want to act as your ad venture capital firm and advise you on what adventures you should be taking and what the potential risks and returns are. Does that sound good?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. I got a quick one for you right here. Sure. Tonight, Thursday night, I got an art show for you to go to, right? And you have 2 different locations you can go to at it. This is because San Francisco has these cultural centers, right? These cultural centers are partially supported by the city, and they're all kind of in the same group, and sometimes they work on big exhibits together. And one of the big yearly exhibits that Soma Arts does downtown by Trader Joe's, and the African American Cultural Center over in the Western Addition does, is The Black Woman is God, right? And it's just talking about being feminism and talking about African American studies and just looking at this through all sorts of different lenses. So if you want to step out of your normal day and step out of work or going to drinks and just dive deep into this, something that we are talking about culturally at many different facets right now, go check this out. You have 2 different locations. So if you're in the Western Addition, you can go and maybe grab a drink in Hayes Valley and go over there. If you're down in Soma, you can get your shopping done at Trader Joe's beforehand. Like, you've really got a number of options.
You love
here.
that Trader Joe's.
I mean, I do.
Yeah.
So this costs you very little. You're going to go experience a good art opening. Going to cost you a couple bucks to get in there and whatever your cocktail is. But this is a great one to just like call a friend up and be like, hey, let's go see this tonight. Let's go do this together. Something we don't normally do. And we're supporting the city's cultural centers and learning a bit in the process. So very little risk, moderately high rewards. Yeah,
I like it.
That's fine.
That's a pretty good one. Should I hop into mine?
Go for it.
Did you know that 2018's Free Fishing Day is this weekend?
What?
Yeah, that's right. Free Fishing Day. There's only like 2 days a year where you get to go fishing without having a license, and this is one of them. So on Saturday, you can head down to Lake Merced, and you can actually learn to go fishing down there. There's going to be all sorts of people down there, all sorts of pros, showing you what's what. And then off the piers, the one that I'd recommend is a Candlestick Public Pier. It's just like a cool opportunity to go fishing in the bay, and like, are you going to catch anything? Who knows? But you're going to have a great time doing it. So get out on the water, really on any side. You can go to Mission Rock Pier or Pier 7, or you can go out to the ocean if you're feeling real crazy and you want to try to cast over the breakers at Ocean Beach. But the risk in this is pretty low. You're going to have a good time. Go pack a sandwich, pack a cold beer. I think you're a better fisherman. I know I am. When I have a cold beer in my hand, even when it's like 7 in the morning at China Beach, it's just like a little bit better.
Yeah.
So go check that out. The risk in this is pretty low. There's not a whole lot that you can go wrong on a free fishing day. But the reward is, hey, maybe you catch fish.
Love it.
Have a good time with people, learn a new skill, and just enjoy some more time out on the bay. You know, we have this beautiful and wonderful resource. Let's go out there and enjoy it. Maybe observe a little bit of fog in action, a little science in action. I love that phrase, by the way. Observe some science in action, and spend some time outdoors this weekend. So
love it.
Yeah, so check it out. Free fishing day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Ellen, what about yourself?
Well, I wanted to recommend an adventure I took last Labor Day weekend. It's going to be a little bit cooler. But there's this amazing kind of coffee book called Sketching San Francisco Neighborhoods by Eleanor Burke. I brought it because I wanted to show it to you guys.
Cool.
We'll do that later. It sketches just really amazing tidbits in every single neighborhood of San Francisco, ones I've never even heard of. And it's a really fun thing to do when you have a nice weekend, to just go and explore some of those neighborhoods and look for those images. Doing that, I went to the Presidio Cemetery, but they have a Presidio Pet Cemetery nearby too, which I didn't know about it at all.
Totally.
So I think cemeteries are a really cool place to just see history and often read some cool things on the tombstones. Another cool one that I didn't know about, that being park guys you probably do, was Cayuga Park, which is just a phenomenal park in the Outer Mission that has all these really cool totem poles and art pieces, and it's just a really awesome green space that was redone by a gardener there over many decades. So that's a really beautiful space. But yeah, you can just use this book and go out there and find some new places.
That's awesome.
That's great. Yeah, it's like a guidebook that you get to take at your own pace.
Right. I made it into a guidebook, but
Oh, you did?
well, I mean, by just following it around. It doesn't actually tell you to go to the places, but it's really fun because San Francisco is so much bigger than the pockets that we usually stay in. Like, I had no idea how many neighborhoods are further south, even though it's not a very big city. They all have their own flavor and artwork and murals
and fog, I'm sure.
Yeah, fog. Yeah.
Well, Ellen, thank you so much for coming in today. I feel like I learned a lot. I very much enjoyed this conversation.
Totally. Really appreciate the education and just your passion for fog. This has been just a joy to learn from someone who just knows so much and cares so deeply about the fog in the Bay Area.
I'm glad to hear it. Fog on. Yeah. Had to throw that in there.
That's a good one. Yeah. Any fog-related statements or puns or ways that you like to enjoy the word fog? Fog on's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, given that I didn't even realize my last name being Gray was associated with fog, I don't know if I'm like the best pun person here.
Fair enough.
I'm going to have to work on that.
Well, hey, before we get you to give us your song to send the people into the Thursday morning with, got to let everyone know that
high pressure over here.
we've had a really great Nature in the City month. Thank you for tuning in, and please check out all of our previous guests. It's been a very fun one. Mm-hmm. Also, next week we have the good doctor on, Dr. Avocado.
Yeah, you coming to the Guac Off next weekend?
Oh, so I'm actually allergic to avocados, so this is a really funny guest that comes up after me. Yeah.
Yes, stay far away from the Guac Off.
Yeah. Do not go to the top of Bernal Heights next Saturday, because there's going to
between 1 and 5. Don't go there.
Don't go there, because there's going to be like hopefully 100 guacamoles.
That's really the goal.
That's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah. I'm so jealous.
If folks are coming, I want them to be bringing a guacamole with them. Mm-hmm. So next Saturday, you can find all the information about that at our website, guacamole.expert.
Right.
Definitely checking it. That's it.
Yeah,
that's the one.
You can own fog.expert once you get your PhD, and then you're set. Wouldn't that be great for your homepage?
Yeah, you definitely register fog.expert. Okay. That's you.
Please, no one do it. Right?
Yeah. Mission Local is up next, but in the meantime, Ellen, what are we sending the people into the Thursday morning with?
I would like to listen to All We Got by Chance the Rapper.
Oh, so
great
good.
Call.
Yeah.
Great call. Thank you again. Such a pleasure.
Yeah.
Fog on, everyone.
All right. Catch you next week.
And we back. 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 Hey, this ain't no intro, this the entree. Hit that intro with Kanye, I sound like Andre. Tryna turn my baby mama to my fiance. She like music, she from Houston, like Auntie Beyonce. Man, my daughter couldn't have a better mother. If she ever find another, he better love her. Man, I swear my life is perfect, I can merge it. If I die, I'll probably cry in my own service. It was a dream, you cannot mess with the beam. This is like this many rings, y'all know what I mean. This for the kids of the king of all kings. This is the onlyest thing. This is the beat that played under the word. This is the sheep that ain't like what it heard. This is officially first, this is the third. This is a this is all we got. So we might as well give it all we got. This is a music is all we got. So we might as well give it all we got. Hey, I get my word from the sermon. I did not talk to the serpent. That's a holistic discernment. Daddy said I'm so determined. Told me these goofies can't hurt me. I just might make me some Earl tea. I was baptized like real early. I might get Satan and swirly. Wish I could tell you it's ready. Tell you it's ready today. They don't give nothing away. You gotta fight for your way, but that don't take nothing away. Cause at the end of the day, music is all we got. Music is all we got. Music is all we got. So we might as well give it all we got. Music is all we got. Music is all we got. We know we got it. We know we got it.
This is Oscar from Pascal Pinum, and you're listening to BFF.fm.
Welcome to Bitch Talk, booze interviews straight from the heart of San Francisco. I'm Erin. That's Ange.
Hi.
That's Shar.
Hello.
You can find us at bitchtalkpodcast.com, where you can sign up for our monthly e-news.
For behind-the-scenes videos and 2-minute clips of our interviews, head to our YouTube channel and subscribe.
You can find us every other Thursday morning at 9:30 a.m. at BFF.fm.
And if you like what you hear, rate and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. For the love of God, do it. It really helps. we are so excited to bring you Lisa Yadao of Paper Tongue Productions. Lisa, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited.
Yeah, we are too. We have so much to talk about. You are here to promote your GoFundMe campaign for Roots and Wings, which we're definitely going to get into. But first, I want to start with how we first met you. It was a 2018 CAM event, which is the Center for Asian American Media at Spark, this like food truck central area in San Francisco. And I remember that event like it was yesterday. It's like in the quarantine, these are one of the events that I miss most because we just walked in. I think I arrived first out of our team, and I just gravitated towards you guys, and I met Yana, and we were talking about this project and her book, and here we are now with your campaign having the first episode shot. So so tell us about Roots and Wings.
Yeah. It's so weird. It does feel like yesterday we were just talking, and I think we were in pre-pro at that point. We were preparing to shoot, and we were like, yeah, we really want to promote this, and you know, a few years later, here we are, and it's such a weird thing to be talking about food and community during a pandemic, but here we are. And so Roots and Wings, this sort of came about because we're big foodies. I know my sister, one of my co-producers, she hates the word foodies, but we love food. We love food shows. Big, huge Anthony Bourdain fans. I think we're still grieving. I asked my boyfriend if we could watch Roadrunner. He's like, hell no, because it's just too emotional.
We can talk about that in a minute. We watched it. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah. But the problem was, and also we love like Chef's Table. We love all those that range of shows where it's like super gritty and like really, road less taken. And then the super like, beauty shots and like really glamorous and I guess high-end sort of shows, but we weren't seeing our stories. You know, I mean, Anthony Bourdain went to the Philippines, and we saw ourselves in that, but we weren't seeing like women telling our stories, you know, and there just wasn't enough of that. Now we see Padma Lakshmi and other people coming out with those shows, and those are great, but there's not enough of them, you know. So we became friends with Yana because she was doing her 50 states tour. She went to Maine first, and then my twin sister, she was like, you have to go to her food pop-up. She's coming to San Francisco. And then I don't know if I went to her, one of her pop-ups in Oakland, or it was in Soma. Maybe it was both, but we became instant friends. And I was like, this kind of makes sense to do something together, because we keep talking about how we don't see representation, and you're in the food scene, like you're right there, you're making a difference, you're traveling, and you're reaching out to, you're connecting people. It was a 50 states pop-up tour, and it was specifically Kamayan pop-ups, which are, it's a Filipino way of eating with your hands, and it's very communal. You eat on banana leaves, everything's laid out on banana leaves, and you're talking to strangers, you're getting to know people. So it was her way of spreading Filipino food, but also connecting people who probably wouldn't talk to each other, you know? So for us, we really wanted to highlight that with Roots and Wings. And then also, surprisingly, the other people that we gravitated towards with the other episodes also were doing pop-ups pre-pandemic, you know? And I guess for us, it was like we noticed that there was a need for them to do this. You know, it wasn't their day jobs, but they felt a need to really amplify the cuisine of their heritage, their cultures, and to really connect people. So that was long-winded, but that's the premise of Roots and Wings. So we did Yana's episode a few years ago, and then we're doing 2 more episodes, one with the Iranian American, we don't want to call her chef, like she's a food goddess, and then also a Korean American. She's a producer and food writer. She's done her own. She's got her own food shows, and she's done pop-ups as well. So yeah, we really want to amplify their stories, and we want to keep doing more of these. So yeah.
Yeah, I actually want to know where the title came from for the docuseries, because there's a lot of meaning, I feel, behind it.
For sure. Yeah, I think so roots and wings is obviously like the roots of where you come from, and then the wings, it sounds cheesy, but it's like, just taking off and branching out. But for people who grew up with immigrant parents, there's a lot of meaning to that. And like for me, I see my mom now as an adult, and she sort of struggles to kind of find her footing, even as someone who's in her, how old is she? She's in her 60s, but struggling to sort of like live in the States, but also maintain her roots. And I there's a little bit of that in me also. Like I grew up a little bit in the Philippines, but I wasn't born there. It's, but there's this need to just really center yourself. Where is that? Especially if you're in the diaspora, like where are your roots? And is that anywhere you are? And then what do you do with that? So where do you take off with those wings? What do you do with that, with your identity and your heritage?
Mm. Yeah. And what I think is beautiful about that is not only are you highlighting these stories of, these trailblazing chefs or food goddesses, as you call them, but also behind the camera, you're a crew of 100% women, majority BIPOC. Yep. You are all, trying to establish your roots and together finding your wings. So can you talk about that process, how it's sort of a connected in front of the camera and behind?
For sure. Yeah. So I have been producing for a few years, and for a while I was working in corporate video, and everyone I saw behind the camera, I mean, many people know this, it's predominantly white men.
Pale and male, Lisa, pale and male. Just like podcasting. Yes.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I love the family that you leave behind, that you kind of sort of are attached to when you grew up. You sort of build a family. And so like the guys that I've worked with, I'm still friends with them. I consider them family, and they're great. But I still, the thing with that too is then if you end up working with a bunch of white dudes, you kind of like, I mean, maybe it's for me, I don't know, but for me personally, I just kind of didn't want to get lost. I didn't want to lose my voice and prioritize other people's perspectives over mine. So there's a sense of like, okay, I really need to make a change, because no one's going to do it for you, and especially people with money, they're just going to hire, their friends and whatever. So for me, it was like, it was important to align ourselves with like-minded people and people of color, because we need to tell our own stories, So yeah, so then we would recruit, we would make sure that when we crewed up, it was, 99%, 100% women, and women of color, because we all wanted to make sure we were telling each other stories. We all wanted to be held accountable for how we tell those stories and who's telling those stories. So yeah. And I think too, if we show people the ways that you can crew up, that's not the norm, then there's a trend. I mean, Ava DuVernay is doing this, for example. She's a perfect example of like leading by change. So yeah, I mean, even Black Panther, another perfect example, leading by change. Like it's all BIPOC. It was like majority Black storytellers. I believe there was like, was there a Filipino? There were some Filipino crew members in there too, but I think it was predominantly Black, and it was like, oh, there you all are, no one's hiring you, but there you all are,
They do exist. Yes.
They do exist.
They just need access. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I think too, like if I can show that to my 2-year-old daughter, by the time she gets to however old she wants to start telling stories or play music or, be an engineer, whatever, we don't have to get to the point where we're like amplifying women's women's careers. It's just careers, right? It's it just is. We still have a long way to go, but
yeah, that just made me think. I really want to get rid of the term "the future is female," because I'm like, when is that future?
I know.
Isn't it here already? Anyways, sorry.
And when you've been saying that for 10 years, it's like, well,
totally. Yeah, totally. I know.
Over it. Totally over it.
Yeah.
Lisa, okay, so we met you in 2018 and you were pre-production.
Yeah.
And then how much further were you able to get before the pandemic? And have you started filming in the pandemic? And how's that going for you?
Those are great questions. So we shot in 2018. I think it was September. Yeah, it was like August, September. And then a funny thing happens as your day job sort of gets in the way.
Preach.
So we all got busy with our day jobs, and then eventually we got it edited. I want to say it was like 2019. Yeah, it was 2019. Then we started submitting it to film festivals, and then the pandemic hit, and so everything went virtual. And then how did we pivot? We pivoted in different ways. We started. We put a pause on Roots and Wings because no one was doing pop-ups, and we were all like fucking scared,
Yeah.
And it wasn't important at that point. I mean, it's important because now it's important because we want to show people that community is still there, and that stories still need to be told. But back then it was like, you just got to survive. You just make sure you don't get sick, But how we pivoted was we ended up doing some pandemic shorts, and we asked people, BIPOC women, to film themselves and tell us how the pandemic was going for them, how quarantine was going for them. And we came out with some really amazing stories. So when you are restricted in your storytelling, you can still tell like really beautiful stories. So we have on our website, we have like three videos called Pandemic Shorts, or a series of videos called Pandemic Shorts. And we're still editing more, but again, it's like our day jobs keep getting in the way.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we need to get rid of those day jobs.
I know. I will say, speaking of day jobs, I was part of that, like the Great Resignation, whatever the heck they're calling it, from last year. And I left corporate, and I've been trying to get my footing in freelance. And I gotta say, I was really stuck on this idea of like, you have to be, your day job has to be a filmmaker, like in order to be legit. That's not true. You can still have a day job and like make a difference. And in fact, sometimes the day job can help you because you can survive and you don't have to worry about making a living, and you can tell stories that way. You can make a difference that way. So this whole thing about like, I don't know if anyone says like you can live your dreams and like be a writer or be whatever, you can also be a normal person and then tell stories anyway, that's just something I just realized very recently. But yeah, day jobs are very important.
That is a good point. I think it's just the 40-hour work week that we need to eliminate. I mean, we can do 3 days a week. And another good point is if you only hang out with independent filmmakers, you need to meet people with money to fund your shit.
Correct.
So if you're still in the corporate world, you can have your little side hustle, while you're working also. So make it work for you.
Yeah.
So anyway,
yeah.
Yeah. So I want to go back to Filipino food really quickly because I'm so excited to watch this episode. Two things really struck me about Yana's episode. I watched a little blurb that you have online, a little 5-minute clip of it. And she says something along the lines of Filipino food is good. It doesn't need to be elevated. It just needs to be celebrated. And that's something that I find is so interesting in the Bay. It's really hard for me to find good Filipino food. Like that's not trying to do too much. I don't want to go get a burrito of Filipino food. My grandmother passed. I want to go to a restaurant and have food that tastes like my grandmother's. Totally. And really the closest that I've gone to it was Lucky Chances, the casino in Seremani, which is also, it's so Filipino, but I've gotten the best, longanisa there, whatever. But
oh my gosh.
So one, I want to know, what is your favorite food in the Bay? Cause you're based in the Bay. Yes.
I recently moved to San Diego, and I got to say, I miss the Bay so much.
Okay.
I grew up in San Diego. So, but yeah, Bay Area food, man.
Yeah. So I wanted to know what your favorite Filipino food is in the Bay. And then I have a follow-up question after that.
Yeah. I got to say, Irma's, in San Francisco, they closed down, I think, because of the pandemic, but I used to go there. Fob Kitchen, I really loved.
Okay. Taking notes.
In Oakland, I think she's still around. I hope she's still around. Yeah. The Fog Kitchen is great. Some might argue, I mean, the thing is, like, if you're like Filipino and you're used to like the big plates, like point, like the turo turo, when you see this plated, you know, like lechon, you're gonna be like, what the heck is this? You know, like, why does this look too fancy? But it's like really good food, and that's her way of like celebrating it, that chef. But what's another one? I don't know. What do you guys think of like Senior Sisig?
I think it's good. I don't think any of it's bad, but it's just not. I want to go and I want to taste food that was like my grandmother's.
Totally.
You know, and
Yeah.
just keep it simple. Just like Yana says. That's why I'm really excited about.
Totally.
Yeah. Watching the episode, but also tasting her food. And really quickly, and then Aaron can ask the next question. Another thing that I love about sharing this kumain style of food is like, you know, as an outsider, as an American, you can look at, you know, third world countries and say, oh, they're so poor, they eat with their food, and sort of see it as an animalistic.
No. You mean eat with your hand?
Or I'm sorry, eat with their hands.
Oh yeah,
as sort of
I was
like,
thinking the
yeah. Sorry. Oh, look at them eating with their hands. They don't have forks, but it's such a beautiful tradition. And the colonizers, as she said, brought the spoons and forks. They were perfectly fine without it. 100%. So I just love that you show that it's a beautiful thing. It's a thing, again, to be celebrated, not to be looked down upon, and sort of the community aspect that's involved in that.
100%. And I don't know, for anyone who hasn't tried eating with their hands, try it. It's actually more satisfying. I don't know why. I can have the same dish with a spoon and fork, but when I eat it with my hands, there's something so satisfying and rewarding about it. It tastes better.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I was just going to say, because we haven't gotten to the GoFundMe yet, can you tell our audience about the GoFundMe, how long it's going to last, and what you're trying to raise funds for?
Sure. Thanks. So the GoFundMe, we started loosely, I want to say a month ago. And the reason why we started loosely and we didn't have a full like let's go campaign is because there's so much going on in the world that need more money than us. So we've sort of been just like sheepish about it, you know. But like we're gonna end it end of September, and by that time we will have shot the next 2 episodes. So the funds are really going to help us in pre-pro. We're really going to do, because we with pandemic shorts, we saw that we can really go bare bones and still tell beautiful stories. So we decided we're just going to do, especially with the variant, we're just going to have our subjects, Parisa and Irene, and our cinematographer, and then one of us directing. We're going to keep it really bare bones. And it keeps the cost down. But really, so the funding is mostly for post-production, to pay for our editor, and to pay for our colorist, and to pay for those costs, and pay our BIPOC crew, like post crew, you know, because we want to pay people.
What's that word?
Pay?
Yeah, totally. But yeah, like I said, it's been hard because there's shit going on, you know, and then people are still struggling to stay afloat with this pandemic. So it's hard to ask for money. It really is. But if anything, like, I don't know that we'll meet, I don't mean to be cynical, I don't know that we'll meet our goal. But if it helps keep visibility for this project, then I feel like we've sort of accomplished that. And then if it raises awareness for these wonderful women, then, you know, mission accomplished. So,
right.
Yeah. Well, Lisa, I would say, I just want to be a cheerleader for you. You're propping up stories that people haven't heard yet. And those are good things. And I think we need to hear good things in the world too. I mean, I was already texting a friend today. I'm like, everything is horrible in the world, but I'm like, but talking about this makes me feel good, and I want to see it. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
I know.
Exactly.
And we've been there. So yeah.
And there are still, and people really are struggling to want to belong to something and find community and find, as Erin said, something that inspires them. And this is it. This is exactly it. And I also wanted you to get into, before we wrap, the perks, because I'm trying to figure out how much money I can drop, because the perks are incredible. So can you just name some of them to get the people excited, because it's so cool what you guys are doing.
Sure. I mean, the easy one is we have tote bags that say Roots and Wings. That's like cute swag. We also have some swag from Parisa, who's the Iranian American culinary goddess. And she has this really cool spice blend. It's called Persican. I think I'm butchering it. Persican, it's Persian Mexican spice blend that she just sort of created on her own. And she also has this really cool shirt that says "Make Tahdig, not war," which I freaking love. And so, yeah, it's just stuff that kind of elevates our culinary goddesses. There's also a swag bag that we're putting together for like the really high donations.
Delivering food, you have meals.
Yes, delivering food. Yes,
that one, I was excited. I was like, oh,
yeah, for local. So my twin sisters in Maine, Michelle, our other co-producer director, is in the Bay Area, and I'm in San Diego. So it would be, in those areas, and we would either or we would cook a meal, bake a meal, or collaborate with the culinary goddesses that we're featuring.
Yeah, it's a really exciting project, and we want everybody, support your independent filmmakers. Whatever you can give is a huge help. And thank you so much for coming on. Again, we're talking with Lisa Yadao of Paper Tongue Productions, and hopefully the episodic that's coming out on a streaming device near you, Roots and Wings.
Thank you so much for having me.
If you like what you hear, rate and subscribe wherever you listen to podcasts. For more information about us, you can head to bitchtalkpodcast.com.
This podcast is created, hosted, and executive produced by Aaron Lim.
My co-host is Angela Tabora, aka Captain Party.
The show's edited by producer Shar.
We're powered by GoTo Productions.
I can see a storm awaiting, quietly anticipating. Don't deny it, no debating. A lie for a lie, a truth for a truth. Cruel, but everybody does it. Thought by now I'd rise above it. You complain, but don't discuss it. A lie for a lie, a truth for a truth. And know what thoughts are on your brain, even if they're not the same. Close enough, so don't explain. Lie for a lie, a truth for a truth.
This is Helen Zaltzman, and you're listening to Best Frequencies Forever.
This instrument you see here is called the Rat Band.
How many times have you woken up and prayed for the rain? How many times have you seen the papers apportion the blame? Who gets to say? Who gets the work and who gets to play? I was always told at school everybody should get the same. How many times have you been told if you don't ask you don't get? How many lies had taken your money. Your mother said you should bet. Who has the fun? Is it always a man with a gun? Someone must have told him if you work too hard, you can sweat. There's always the sun. There's always the sun. Always, always, always. How many times have the weathermen told you stories that made you laugh? You know it's not unlike the politicians and the leaders when they do things by half. But who gets the job? Pushing the knob. That sort of responsibility you draw straws for if you're mad enough. There's always the sun. There's always the sun. Always, always, always. There's always the sun. There's always the sun. Always, always, always. There's always the sun. There's always the sun. Always, always, there's always the sun. There's always the sun. Always, always, always. There's always the sun. There's always the sun. Always, always, always. There's always the sun. There's always the sun. Always, always.
BFF.FM.
Best frequencies forever.
Hello, welcome to Proper Morning. This is Chris. That was the Stranglers with Always the Sun. I'm going to switch it up a little bit this week and go off format. Play some hits in my mind. A lot of it's going to be pretty melancholy. But, you know, it's good to change it up every once in a while. We'll be back next week in 2 weeks with the chill reggae and beats, etc. Got a lot of music today. See what we can fit in. Up next, Portrait of Louise by the Bee Gees. An all time for me. Take care. Thanks for listening.
Summers come and summers go, but I need the rain. staying on my train. And all your wine still overflow as winds will grow insane. But I'm not gonna move, and I won't make you cry. You can shelter in my home, and I won't ask you why. No, I'm not gonna move, and I won't make you cry. You can shelter in my home, and I won't ask you why. You can shelter in my home, and I won't ask you why. You can shelter in my home.
So hard to say goodbye, meaning it today. I've said goodbye before, leaving you alone by the sea. We were thrown together, a world unlike our own, believing in each other. We drifted far away by the sea. By the Some may say love comes easy, unlike love. Ours was empty, insincere, and ever fading. Your words of love left me lonely. One-sided love is lost before it's found. A chance that my love will never become, never become. Someone else will love me, though I may think of you. It doesn't the sea. It was more like a dream than reality. I must have thought it was a dream while you were here with me. When you were near, I didn't think you would leave. When you were gone, it was too much to believe. So with tomorrow, I will borrow another moment of joy and sorrow, and another dream, and another with tomorrow. So with the sun, there won't be time just to look behind. There won't be reasons nor expressions for my place in mind.
It's over. There's nothing more to say. Silent comes the nighttime, ends another summer's day. I can just remember, or is this the dream that never goes away? Understand me? I'm calling. Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Understand me? I'm calling. Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Nighttime. Surely it's a lie. No one ever told me. I just let the chance go by. Wishing there was time enough. You tell me there's no time, but I can try. Understand me? I'm calling. Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Understand me? I'm calling. Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Speak now, without the summer light. All the words I should have spoken when you held me tight. Still I'll keep on calling till the morning ends. Another lonely night. Understand me? I'm calling. Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Understand me? I'm calling. Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Understand me? I'm calling. Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Understand me? Are you hoping that someday you'll hear me calling? Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Understand me? I'm calling. Understand me now. Can't you hear me call? Understand me?
BFF.FM.
Best frequencies forever.
Hey, welcome back to your Thursday Bummer Fest. That was Yaz with Softly Over. Before that, we had This Mortal Coil with the fabulous Gene Clark cover with Tomorrow. Before that, The Monkees with Me and Magdalena. And that's actually off their 2016 album, which was excellent and just they did justice to their fans, their discography, and they made a solid album using old and new material, unfinished old stuff. No Davy Jones, but yeah, it's nice. Before that, Wendy and Bonnie with By the Sea. And before that, the legendary Bee Gees with Portrait of Louise. We're just going to keep chugging along here. Up next, we have, The Essential, some Kinks from the 1980s with Heart of Gold, one of my faves.
especially for one who always knew you would always come up second best. Is that why you have such bitterness? The apple of your father's eye, and always by your brother's side. Then a little sister came along, and you found all the affection suddenly gone. But underneath the cold exterior, I know you got a heart of gold. So aloof and so superior, but you got a heart of gold. Watch out! Don't get caught in the crossfire. Watch out! Still growing up, she's in a rage. I guess she reached that difficult age. Growing up is very hard to do. Everybody watching your every move. Your private life always on view. But jealousy never really suited you. But I know that underneath the rude exterior, there's gotta be a heart of gold. Underneath that hard exterior is a little girl waiting to be told. You've got a heart of gold. She's got a heart of gold. I couldn't understand your attitude. What you had to say. You picked up my camera and threw it away. I didn't really mean to ruin your day. Now I see you've got a little girl of your own. Little princess suddenly grown. And there's a man, he's smiling at you. You must have been the one who always knew you had a heart of gold. Underneath the good exterior, you've got a heart of gold. So aloof, so superior, but you got a heart of gold. Underneath the good exterior, you've got a heart of gold. Underneath that hard exterior, you've got a heart of gold. Watch out! She'll give you a broadside, but out on the inside, she got a heart of gold.
When the sun goes down on the other side of town tonight,
sleigh. She said forever with a smile upon her face. She does the carpool, she PTAs, doctors and dentists, she drives all day. When she was 29, she delivered number 3. And every Christmas card showed a perfect family. Everything runs right on time. Years of practice and design. Spit and polish till it shines. He thinks he'll keep her. Everything is so benign. The safest place you'll ever find. God forbid you change your mind. He thinks he'll keep her. She packs his suitcase. She sits and waits with no expression upon her face. When she was 36, she met him at their door. She said, I'm sorry, I don't love you anymore. Everything runs right on time. Years of practice and design. Spin and polish till it shines. He thinks he'll keep her. Everything is so benign. Safest place you'll ever find. God forbid you change your mind. He thinks he'll keep her. For 15 years she had a job and not one raise in pay. Now she's in the typing pool at minimum wage. Everything runs right on time. Years of practice and design. Spit and polish till it shines. He thinks he'll keep her. Everything is so benign. The safest place you'll ever find. At least until you change your mind. He thinks he'll keep her. All right. she'll do you. It ain't funny. You'll need some sympathy, but don't be calling me. Hey, blame it on your lying, cheating, cold, dead beating, two-time and double dealing, mean mistreating, loving hard. Yeah, blame it on your lying, cheating, cold, dead beating, two-time and double dealing, mean mistreating, loving hard.
I can tell it when I woke up this morning, 'cause I can smell it when a heartache's coming. It's not that I'm in a hurry to lose you. I call you up, but there's nothing that I can do. Talking won't do any good anyway. Goodbye is all we got left to say. I don't think it's gonna get any better. So maybe you could just write me a letter. I can open it up when I'm stronger. Another 10 or 12 years, maybe longer. I guess it just don't feel much like bad news today. Goodbye is all we got left to say. Now don't try to call me 'cause I'm taking my phone out. And if it rings, then I'll know what it's about. And don't you worry about me, 'cause I'm alright. Maybe you run into me somewhere some night. If you do, just keep going your way. Goodbye is all we got left to say. Goodbye is all we got left to say.
Hey, welcome back to Proper Morning. That was Steve Earle with Guitar Town. Oh, with Goodbye's all we got left off Guitar Town. Before that, Patty Loveless, Blame It On Your Heart. Tanya Tucker, Trail of Tears. Mary Chapin Carpenter, He Thinks He'll Keep Her. Emmylou Harris, In My Dreams. And The Kinks with Heart of Gold. And we're just going to keep on moving along here right now. We got one of my favorites by Francois Hardy, Le Crabe. Is that how you say it?
J'ai mis un crabe dans le bocal où mes deux poissons s'ennuyaient. J'ai mis un crabe dans le bocal où mes deux poissons s'ennuyaient. citronnier, bien amer dans ma maison. Et puis j'ai coupé leurs racines, ils poussent maintenant sans raison. Mon aquarium et mon verger sont l'exemple de ma douceur. Pour que mon bonheur soit parfait, j'ai mis un crabe dans ton cœur. Et de sa démarche bancale, il modifie le cours du temps. Et toi, je te vois revenir au bon gré de ses pincements. Et si un jour je me lassais, au point de m'ennuyer bien trop, je jetterai dans le bocal ton cœur qui est tout couvert d'écailles. J'ai mis un crâne dans le bocal où mes deux poissons s'ennuyaient. In the moonlight on a black night, I see shadows on my wall. I can't fall asleep, oh no, I can't sleep, for they never cease to creep. Shadows on my wall. I think I see a buffalo. He moves across the hallway so slow. Up and down I watch his feet go. And he is made up from the moon glow passing through my window. Shadows on my wall. 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 Depending on just how you shape them, shadows can be what you make them. Fun and games and dancing games and bubble baths and lots of laughs. You can be so terrified you wanna hide. Shadows on my wall. Shadows on my wall. Shadows on my wall. Shadows on my wall. is so much noise, there is too much heat, and the living floor throws you off your feet. As the final day falls into the night, there is peace outside in the narrow light.
Renee and Georgette Magritte with their dog after the war return to their hotel suite and they unlock the door. Easily losing their evening clothes, they dance by the light of the moon. To the penguins the moon glows, the Orioles, the five satins, the deep forbidden music they'd been longing for. Renee and Georgette Magritte with their dog after the war. Renee and Georgette Magritte with their dog after the war. Was strolling down Christopher Street when they stopped in a men's store with all of the mannequins dressed in the style that brought tears to their immigrant eyes. Just like the penguins, the moon glows, the Orioles, the five satins, the easy stream of laughter flowing through the air. Renee and Georgette Magritte with their dog après-la-guerre. Side by side they fell asleep, decades gliding by like Indians. Time is cheap. When they wake up, they will find all their personal belongings have intertwined. Whoa. Renee and Georgette Magritte with their dog after the war were dining with the power elite, and they looked in their bedroom drawer. And what do you think they have hidden away in the cabinet cold of their hearts? The penguins, the moon glows, the Orioles, the five satins, for now and ever after as it was before. Renee and Georgette Magritte with their dog after the war.
You're the one, you're my shining star. You're the one I've been waiting for. Let's fly away to some foreign country where nobody knows who we are. I wish I had a ship to sail the waters. I wish I had about $100, but I just stand with this glass in my hand, feeling like nothing even matters. Your words run through me like the blood in my veins. I could swear I knew your love before I knew your name, before I knew your name. Every day I miss your smiling face. No one here can ever take your place. The sun can shine down over my town, but it never shines on my days. I told all the stars above, I'm gonna shower you with my love. I won't demand you, I try to understand you. My love is as free as a dove. Your words run through me like the blood in my veins. I could swear I knew your love before I knew your name, before I knew your name. You're the one, you're my shining star. You're the one I've been waiting for. Let's fly away to some foreign country where nobody knows who we are.
BFF.FM.
Best frequencies forever.
Oh, you're a dream. Hide your head in the sand.
held me so gentle and close. And when I think of you and the love we once knew, how I wish we could go back in time. Do you ever recall these old memories at all? Or do I ever cross your mind? Do you ever wake up lonely in the middle of the night because you miss me? Do you, darling? Oh, and do your memories ever take you back into another place and time? Oh, and do you ever miss the feelings and the love we shared when you were with me? Do you, darling? I just wonder, do I cross your mind? Or do I ever cross your mind? Oh, tell me, do I ever cross your mind? Oh, darling, do I ever cross your mind? Oh, tell me, do
Hey, welcome back to Proper Morning, and oh my god, the voice of an angel, Dolly Parton with Do I Ever Cross Your Mind? Also just an incredible songwriter, just wow. And before that, Fleetwood Mac with Did You Ever Love Me? And before that, Lucinda Williams with Sharp Cutting Wings. And I gotta be honest with you, I'm realizing a bunch of these songs I brought down here to share today are just total tearjerkers for me, and the Lucinda Williams one had me well enough in the studio here. And before that, Paul Simon with Renee and Georgette Magritte with their dog after the war, and that's just the acoustic version off like the expanded edition of Hearts and Bones or whatever. Before that, Young Marble Giants with Final Day, The Poppy Family with Shadows on My Wall, and Francois Hardy with Le Crabe. And I'm just going to keep rolling them out here, and this is another one that's just been killing me lately. It's Happening to You, John Prine. Rest in peace. All right, thanks for tuning in. I'll be back in a little bit.
Well, it's the same old song. Boy meets girl, girl meets boy, they carry on. They close their eyes and kiss until the world is gone. Oh, yes, it's true. It's happening to you. You know what they say. They pledge their love forever, then they add a day. They hold their hands so tight in the fear that one might stray. Oh, yes, it's true. It's happening to you. It's happening to you. I love her. She loved me too. We had a lot of love. Now it's all through. And for a while, the hearts beat one as they match each other, smile for smile. They dance away the night and they praise the other style. Oh, yes, it's true. It's happening to you. It's happening to you. I loved her. She loved me too. We had a lot of love, now it's all through. Well, it's the same old song. Boy meets girl and girl meets boy, they
everybody jealous when they step into my house. Soft to the touch, feels like love. Knew it as soon as I felt it. You're my velvet, Elvis, baby. You're my velvet, Elvis, baby. Yeah. And the tennis court was covered up with some tent-like thing. And you asked me to dance, but I said dancing is a dangerous game. Oh, I thought this is gonna be one of those things. Now I know I'm never gonna love again. I've got some tricks up my sleeve. Takes one to know one. You're a cowboy like me. Never wanted love, just a fancy car. Now I'm waiting by the phone like I'm sitting in an airport bar. You had some tricks up your sleeve. Takes one to know one. You're a cowboy like me, perched in the dark, telling all the rich folks anything they wanna hear, like it could be love. I could be the way forward, only if they pay for it. You're a bandit like me, eyes full of stars, hustling for the good life. Never thought I'd meet you here. It could be love. We could be the way forward, and I know I'll pay for it. You're a cowboy like me, perched in the dark, telling all the rich folks anything they wanna hear, like it could be love. I could be the way forward, only if they pay for it. You're a bandit like me, eyes full of stars, hustling for the good life. Never thought I'd meet you here. It could be love. We could be the way forward, and I know I'll pay for it. And the skeletons in both our closets plotted hard to fuck this up. And the old men that I've swindled really did believe I was the one. And the ladies lunching have their stories about when you passed through town. Oh, that was all before I locked it down. Now you hang from my lips like the gardens of Babylon. With your boots beneath my bed, forever is the sweetest home. I had some tricks up my sleeve. Takes one to know one. You're a cowboy like me, and I'm never gonna love again. you might not have done if I was away. And that's me that likes to talk to and watches you as you walk away. Don't say it's useless, don't say forget it. Don't bring me wishes of silly dreams. Just save us all from too much freedom, too many fingers and too many sleeves. They say it's you that washes the weary and brings the night into the day. If you won't notice, how can I show you all of your worry? You've all gone away. Don't leave me lonely, don't leave me unhappy. Just bring me up into your faith. If you don't need me, then don't deceive me, letting my freedom turn into stone. Just be my angel if you love me. Be my angel in the night. Be my angel 'cause you need me. Be my angel and treat me right. Don't say love me if you don't need me. Don't send me roses on your behalf. Just take me down and walk through your river, down in the middle and make it last. Holding on to you, holding on to me, holding on tight to my lover's cross. Don't say it's useless and don't say forget it. You are my spirit, now you are gone.
BFF.FM.
Best frequencies forever.
Hi, welcome back to Proper Morning on BFF.FM. That was Emmylou Harris with Born to Run. Before that, Lucinda Williams again with I Just Wanted to See You So Bad. Mazzy Star with Be My Angel. Taylor Swift with Cowboy Like Me. Casey Musgraves with Velvet Elvis. And kicking that little block off was John Prine with It's Happening to You. We got about a half hour of music left. I think I kind of got through most of the stuff I wanted to here today. Got it off my chest. This is a Caetano Veloso song I've always been slightly obsessed with. Canto do Povo de un Lugar. A lot of these songs, I don't know what they're talking about, so I'm just experiencing them viscerally, which is kind of nice actually, because, you know, maybe the lyrics are dumb. Anyway, take care.
Todo dia o sol levanta e a gente canta ao sol de todo dia. Fim da tarde a terra cora e a gente chora porque fim da tarde. Quando à noite a lua mansa e a gente dança venerando a noite. Todo dia o sol levanta e a gente canta ao sol de todo dia. Fim da tarde a terra cora e a gente chora porque fim da tarde. Quando à noite a lua mansa e a gente dança venerando a noite. Todo dia o sol levanta e a gente canta ao sol de todo dia. Fim da tarde a terra cora e a gente chora porque fim da tarde. Quando à noite a lua mansa e a gente dança venerando a noite. E a gente canta ao sol de todo dia.
I get along without you very well. Of course I do. Except when soft rains fall and drip from leaves, then I recall the thrill of being sheltered in your arms. Of course I do. But I get along without you very well. I've forgotten you just like I should. Of course I have, except to hear your name or someone's laugh that is the same. But I've forgotten you just like I should. What a guy, what a fool am I to think my breaking heart could kid the moon. What's in store? Should I phone once more? No, it's best that I stick to my tune. I get along without you very well. Of course I do. Except perhaps in spring. But I should never think of spring, for that would surely break my heart in two.
Minha senhora, onde é que você mora? Em que parte desse mundo? Em que cidade escondida? Dize-me que sem demora, lá também quero morar. Onde fica essa morada? Em que reino, qual parada? Dizem-me por qual estrada é que eu devo caminhar. Minha senhora, onde é que você mora? Venho da beira da praia, tantas prendas que eu lhe trago, pulseira, sandália e saia, sem saber como entregar. Quero chegar sem demora nesta cidade encantada. Dizei-me logo, senhora, que essa chegança me agrada. Quero chegar sem demora nesta cidade encantada. Dizei-me logo, senhora, que essa chegança me agrada. Minha senhora, onde é que você mora? Em que parte desse mundo? Em que cidade escondida? Dizem-me que sem demora lá também quero morar. Onde fica essa morada em que reino qual parada? Dizem-me por qual estrada é que eu devo caminhar. Minha senhora, onde é que você mora? Venho da beira da praia, tantas prendas que eu lhe trago, pulseira, sandália e saia, sem saber como entregar. Quero chegar sem demora nesta cidade encantada. Dizei-me logo, senhora, que essa chegança me agrada. Quero chegar sem demora nesta cidade encantada. Dizei-me logo, senhora, que essa chegança me agrada. Dizei-me logo, senhora, que essa chegança me agrada. Dizei-me logo, senhora, que esta chegança me agrada.
BFF.FM.
Best frequencies forever.
hard to find. Una persona solitaria es una persona triste. Te quiero tanto.
automobile so far away, just moving along through the drifting snow. It's times like these when the temperatures freeze, I sit alone looking at the world through a storm window. Down on the beach, Sandman sleeps. Time don't fly, it bounds and leaves. And a country band that plays for keeps. They play it so slow. Down as you baby down. Down. Dry for so long, or even at my window was only a crow. I bought the rights to the inside fights, watched a man just beating his hand against a storm window. While miles away, old hills and streams, a candle burns a witch's dreams. Silence is golden till it screams right through your heart. Down as you beat it down. Down as you beat it down. Down as you beat it down. Storm windows, Jeeva, get low. Storm windows, keep away the cold. Storm windows, Jeeva, get low. Storm windows, keep away the cold. I could hear the wheels of the automobile so far away, just moving along through the drifting snow. Times like these when the temperatures freeze, I sit alone just looking at the world through a storm window. Down on the beach, the Sandman sleeps. Time don't fly, it bounds and leaps. And a country band that plays for keeps. They play it so slow. Down as you beat it down. Down as you beat it down. Down as you beat it down. Oh, so.
Hey, welcome back to Proper Morning. This is Chris. That was John Prine with Storm Windows. Pretty epic. Before that, the Lovejoys with Stranger. Janet Jackson with Lonely. Gal Costa with Minha Senora. Chet Baker with I Get Along Without You Very Well. And let it off with Caetano Veloso. We just got a few more minutes left here. I'm going to send it out with this banger here by Stevie Nicks. Talk to Me, and, thank you for listening. I'll be back in a couple weeks with the regular format as usual, and have some good stuff to share then. So, have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you soon.
I see your expression when the phone rings. We both know there's something happening here. There's no sense in dancing around the subject. A wound gets worse when it's treated with neglect. Well, don't turn now, there's nothing here to fear. Your secrets locked inside, hidden deep from view. Do I seem all that hard? Is it all that done? Now I've shown you all my cards. Well, isn't that enough? You can have your word, but there's something you can do. You can talk to me. Though we lay face to face and cheek to cheek out, voices stray from the common ground where they could meet. The walls run high to veil swelling tears. Let the walls burn down, set your secrets free. You can face their bounds, that you're safe with me. You can soothe your doubt. You can talk to me.
Spiritist by Astaroth on Michigan Meltdown, Post Garage, Pandemonium, and Pre-Punk Fuzz. Freaks from the Mitten States, Milliken era. Wow. Your guess is as good as mine as what the name of that Unnatural Helpers track was off their self-titled album from 1234 Go Records out of Oakland. Ciudad Cuarenta by Cruz de Navajas on Sacred Spells from Psychic Eye Records. Creature doing Secret Shame off the No Silence Sounds of the Underground off of Psychic Eye Records. Sacrifice by Flipper off of Gone Fishing before that. And the Jet Stars doing the Aburia theme song off of 1234 Go Records. That's gonna do it. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Kurt
and
Polstead from 99% Invisible, and you're listening to BFF.FM.
Hated to say it to you, but our time was over. The stars always fall so aligned until we're sober. I used to get in my own way. I felt so compelled to stay, holding you down while you tore me down. Dancing in the sand is over. Sleeping hand in hand, that's dead. I couldn't wait for you, baby. Can't be waiting for no one. That be treating me crazy, me. Sipping and sipping on one that I cannot afford. Acting like myself, I can't think it's 'cause I'm not yours. I was so caught in the moment. Felt all this pain, but I'm growing. Dancing in the sand is over. Sleeping hand in hand, that's dead. I couldn't wait for you, baby. Can't be waiting for no one. That be treating me crazy, me.
You pull up on me like you've been here before. You know your way around my body. No navigation, boy, you know where you going. Don't need directions, boy, you got it. Yeah, you just keep driving me crazy. You just keep driving me crazy. And you made me wanna, you know, bend down and touch toes. You see everything I'm exposed. Hot eyes, X and O's. You made me wanna, I guess. Let's just get undressed. We so far from a text. We on to the next step. Yeah, I can tell you know what you're doing. Pump and check you in my ignition. 120 miles and we ain't planning to slow down. No time now. Impressed how you skipping all these steps. Guess you only take express. Got some things that we need to address. Baby, you don't ever leave me trying. Feeling all the pressure you apply. Taking out the buckle when we riding. You do it legs to divide and you drive. You just keep driving me crazy. You just keep driving me crazy. And you made me wanna, you know, bend down and touch You made me wanna, I guess. Let's just get undressed. We so far from a text. We on to the next step. Yeah, I can tell you know what you're doing. Come check it in, my ignition. 120 miles and we ain't planning to slow down. No time now. You pull up on me like you've been here before. You know your way around my body. No navigation, boy, you know where you going. Don't need directions, boy, you got it. Yeah, you just keep driving, driving me crazy. You just keep driving, driving me crazy. And you made me wanna, you know, bend down and touch toes. You see everything now explode. Heart, eyes, X and O's. You made me wanna, I guess. Let's just get undressed. We so far from a text. We on to the next step. Yeah.
That's why I love being alone, protecting my energy. That's why I sinking on my own. Don't you think you're saving me? Don't call me. I don't wanna speak. I got problems, but I'm not fucking weak. I'm so guarded. Heart is like a stone. Protecting what's in me. I hate to be controlled. Think of what you say to me. Total silence is my therapy. I don't need your sympathy. Eternal guidance is all that I seek. Don't disturb my inner peace. 'Cause I'd rather be alone, my only one second for me so. Rather be lonely, my only one second for me so. Rather be alone, my only one second for me so. Rather be lonely, my only one second for me so. Rather be alone, my only one second for me so. Rather be alone, my only one second for me so. Rather be alone, my only one second for me so. That's why I love being alone, protecting my energy. That's why I sinking on my own. Don't you think you're saving me? Don't call me. Don't you call? I don't wanna speak. I got problems, but I'm not fucking weak. I'm so guarded. Heart is like a stone. I hate to be controlled. Total silence is my therapy. Protecting my energy.
Hello and welcome to Black Girl Joy on BFF.FM with me, Joy Black. If you're wondering why my little talk breaks were so short last week, it's because I'm back in my nothing to say era. I only have words to say that I'm devoid of words, if that makes sense. But enough about me, let's get into this cozy, danceable set. You know, get your knit sweaters and sensible sneakers out. Alright.
I will be waiting. I will be waiting. I will be waiting. I'll be waiting.
Utando lwami nawe Katilia bakataza Bafuna ukufakaza Engathi isimanga Yeah, Flav nice.
Back up. Billy family. Lego.
Mindawa mundo ya tudo. Buena creche, buena mundo. Me apresenta buenas familias. Gosta tipo si mami creia. My baby, na lengio. My baby, na lengio. Te amo, te quero, I love you. Te amo, te quero, I love you. Passear no jardim, ir contigo até ao fim. Não me digas que não. Aperta, aperta minha mão. Se tendida mudar na vida. Cabo beira com muri pouco sarangue. Se tendida mudar na vida. Anile firma Daniel. Se tendida mudar na vida. Cabo de chamuri pouco sarangue. Se tendida mudar na vida. Apiriu, bindani. Se tendida mudar na vida. Cabo beira com muri, cabo beira lá. Lili kujuju na juna piru por angel. Se tendida mudar na vida. Daniel la piriu. Se tendida mudar na vida.
Na leba kabaz na bapiriu na kodi bu padiduris. Natural woman like you, I never see my sherry. All my desires to marry you, all my dreams is to be with you. Don't leave me alone, I can't live without your love, my honey. Ti amo, ti quiero, I love you. I miss you, my sherry, I wanna know where you from. Ti amo, ti quiero, I love you. I miss you, my sherry, I wanna know where you from. Utana bibu, utana bibu, utana bibu, utana bibu. Kabu pera kumuri poku sarane. Anile firma Daniel. Kaburi shamburi poku sarane.
Marizola News, música para todos.
O biquíni das flores já não está na moda. O biquíni das flores já não está na moda. Eu te juro, juro mesmo, teu sucesso não me bate. Se quiseres, cadê a tuxe? Tuxe. Começa que eu te acabo. Começa que eu te acabo. Genuína, não falho. 10 anos depois eu comando. 10 anos depois eu comando. Começa que eu te acabo. Começa que eu te acabo. Que eu te acabo você. Que eu te acabo que eu te acabo você. Mas afinal que é você? Sentos o flauta bater. Tentas cantar o eguegue. O duro não te serve xé. Na fé que tentavas, meu estilo cobiçavas. Enquanto o brilho observavas. Estás a pensar que és quem? Caçumbula. Estás a pensar que és quem? Caçumbula. O biquíni das flores já não está na moda. O biquíni das flores já não está na moda. Eu te juro, juro mesmo, teu sucesso não me bate. Se quiseres, cadê a tuxe? Começa que eu te acabo. Começa que eu te acabo. Que eu te acabo você. Que eu te acabo que eu te acabo você.
Sou fraco, sei me perder. Tentando entender o que pode ser. Depois de tudo que fiz pra sobreviver, desperto antes do amanhecer. Mas um dia ninguém vai saber. Vou pagar pra ver. Meu bolso pesa, eu sei fazer render. Eles não percebem quanto eu posso caminhar. Muito sem se importar. Já fui e nem posso esperar. Ei, não consigo parar. Já faz um tempo que eu ando por aqui. Tanta gente querendo me ver subir. Vem ver como eu tô bem. Aceita que eu tô bem. Que sabe que eu vou lá. Tô pronta pra decolar. Tô na subida e ainda vou subir. Mais vida ensina. Atente aos sinais. Só observe e vai. Observa agora. Só observe e vai. Tão cedo me acostumei. sem medo me adaptei. Tudo como imaginei, por onde passei eu sei. Eu tô em outro plano na visão. Poucos entendem qual é a visão. Eu vejo muitos se contradizendo enquanto se pedem por likes. Colecionadores de dislikes, fábrica de gerar incapaz. E ninguém faz. Já faz um tempo que eu ando por aqui. Tanta gente querendo me ver subir. Vem ver como eu tô bem, aceita que eu tô bem. E sabe que eu vou lá, tô pronta pra decolar. Tô na subida e ainda vou subir mais. Vida ensina, atente-se aos sinais. Só observe e vai, observa agora. Só observe e vai, só observe e vai. Tô na subida e ainda vou subir mais. Vida ensina, atente-se aos sinais. Só observe e vai, observa agora. Só observe e vai, só observe e vai.
No delay, I had some of it. If you no pay, I'ma have to exit. Me pus a was him. Shortly cause me really bent him. Why you always listen to your friends? Most of them have been in my DMs, oh yeah. I don't go lie about small things. I don't have to hide. You're the one I want to be with. You go kill me shying if you tell me that you want me. I'll be on my way. I'm crying, me so tell me what you're gonna do. We've been making green like Fondo. Come flex in my condo. So tell me what you're gonna do. Yeah. Let me be the one who does it all. Because my team is too tight. If you want it, then it's all you. Need you to be stretching it. I'ma put force and back in it. If we're trying to do things my way, then I will do you every day. I'ma take the highway. I'ma back it up, come my way. Ooh, I'm the realest thing, so we do it in silence. Make up your mind, cause you're gonna be exclusive. I don't go lie about small things. I don't have to hide. You're the one I want to be with. You go kill me shying if you tell me that you want me. I'll be on my way. I'm crying, so tell me what you're gonna do. We've been making green like Fondo. Come flex in my condo. So tell me what you're gonna do. Yeah.
Eu sempre faço tudo errado. Tô presa na vontade de afundar. A gravidade vem me puxa pro infinito que me abandonou. Eu queria viver pra sempre e ter tempo de descansar. Entre uma tentativa e outra de acertar. Se todo abismo é infinito, será que a gente vive pra sempre quando cai?
could trace it back. Your arms gonna me with a question asked. We shared a memory. I saw you were hiding, so I told you that truth. But we got stuck in silence, as if you couldn't keep that proof. And you come back from an arrow, make the air go running. All that fast for what you could do. In the end, we'll both be
Thanks for listening to Black Girl Joy on BFF.fm.
please me, babe. I don't know when to cut off your hair because I wonder why. I can feel my whole world changing, and suddenly I'm lusting after these eyes you lose. I can feel your body screaming one last word from me, 'cause they know it's too late. It's too late.
John McCain's ghost sneaks into the White House and teabags the president. Oh, John McCain, why'd you insane? How'd you snuck into the White House and put him on his face? Teabag the president, he doesn't like it. Teabag the president, he doesn't like it. Oh, John McCain, how'd you insane? How'd you pull down your trowel and show that boy your brain?
don't see clearly, yeah. I'm only know how to love me, yeah. You don't see me clearly, I'm only know how to love me, yeah. You don't see me clearly, I'm only know how to love me. When she leaves, it's Armageddon. As I cherish chasing like Ferrari. Call it pointless how it's going. To get lucky, gaming like Atari. Pretends all these bullets, hard shit, man. She sick, she faking medicine. I'm boiling for her love already. Could be balling like it's nothing. Whoa, now I'm seeing clearly. I only know how to love you, though. You don't see me clearly. I only know how to love you, yeah. You don't see me clearly. I'm only know how to love you. If I lose everything, are you willing to even play for me? No, I'm eerie, but I'm me. Is it really only right when I want it? If you're feeling special, you might try something. Get by enemies, escape from ammunition. Bitch, beneath the radar, bleeding overseas. It hurts to see yourself shining high definition. Solace for me, desperation, touche, so hit. Wasted in the corner, beating to anemic. On the count of Dracula, racing for menace. On the count of people seeping through a crevice. Pretends like just bullets, hard shit, man. She's sick, she faking medicine. And make Kelly, I'm the real rendition. Yeah, we don't do things for free. Now I'm seeing clearly. I only know how to love you. You don't see me clearly. I'm only know how to love you, yeah. You don't see me clearly. I'm only know how to love you.
I'm not trying to justify, but Kiona really changed our lives, yeah. Do you mind if I write it out and send it in a postcard where you're living now? Hang your picture in a photo frame and stamp it with the queen so they know your name. You're royal to me, and if it's not too late and time don't fade, I would like to tell you you're amazing. To tell you you're amazing. To tell you you're amazing.
Knowing there's a pewter sky like London. I should beg for sun, but I'm busy wondering if a man has the keys to my heart. Who'd object if I give him the key to my apartment? I want more the lazy days when he's sharing poems with me. I want more of those lazy days when the babbling brook don't seem to end, and he's sitting with me. Oh, 'cause it's so amazing. Oh, it's so
Take me outside, sit in the green garden. Nobody out there, but it's okay now. Bathing sunlight, I'm on the frame falls. Take me outside, sit in the green garden. I'll fly on wings of a butterfly. How's a tree topping? Down, down again. Putting my back down, taking my shoes off, walking the carpet. Green velvet. Dance in my garden like we used to. Dance in my garden like we used to. Take me outside, sit in the green garden. Nobody out there, but it's okay now. And it's sunlight, don't mind if rain falls. Take me outside, sit in the green garden. Dance in my garden like we used to. 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 I go wherever you go, wherever you take me. I go wherever you go, wherever you take me. And I go wherever you go, wherever you take me. And I go wherever you go, wherever you take me. And I go wherever you go, wherever you take me. I go.
Live too fast, won't slow down. A little bit of change ain't enough now. Still up, still grind when the sun's down. Bus ride, head down, praying for a bus down. Live too fast, won't slow down. A little bit of change ain't enough now. Still up, still grind when the sun's down. Bus ride, head down, praying for a bus down. Anything I spend, I'ma get right back. I don't wanna talk no more, that's that. I don't wanna be like them, but I need this bread, so I pray that I make it back. Anything I spend, I'ma get right back. I don't wanna talk no more, that's that. I don't wanna be like them, but I need this bread, so I pray that I make it back. Still a kid, still a lot to learn. Just like I learn with each O, there's a bridge to burn. Just like I learn more stress with the more you earn. But once we shut down Louis, whilst I wait my turn. It paid off, go and get a couple bottles in. Fuck's sake, go and get a couple models in. His night boys only ticks when I'm modeling. Today's fucked up, but tomorrow's looking promising. I don't care if it takes all day. I work hard, get paid, maybe then I'll play. I work hard, don't break, and I don't complain. I learn the best life lessons from the worst mistakes. I work hard, get paid, maybe then I'll play. I work hard, don't break, and I don't complain. I work hard, get knocked, but I still remain. I learn the best life lessons from the worst mistakes. Anything I spend, I'ma get that back. I don't wanna talk no more, that's that. I don't wanna be like them, but I need this bread, so I pray that I make it back. Anything I spend, I'ma get that back. I don't wanna talk no more, that's that. I don't wanna be like them, but I need this bread, so I pray that I make it back. Trying to fit the wave, let me demonstrate. Half eyes for the rest with the Alizé. Nice eyes, what you want, don't hesitate. Don't move, man, this a club, not a dinner date. You ain't seen a high life, it's a teaser. Live, don't think like we're chilling in a beefer. I ain't trying to hit the wax with the speakers. I just wanna grind from a bus to a beamer. You wanna be the one and I feel that. I know you don't trust, but I mean that. I know it's fucked up, but I need that. Don't know your type, but I bet I could be that. They ain't really got heart and I peep that. They don't really show love and I deep that. They ain't really got fun, so they deep that. Stay on my ones, I ain't never wanna be that. Live too fast, won't slow down. A little bit of change ain't enough now. Still up, still grind when the sun's down. Bus ride, head down, praying for a bus down. Live too fast, won't slow down. A little bit of change ain't enough now. Still up, still grind when the sun's down. Bus ride, head down, praying for a bus down. Anything I spend, I'ma get that back. I don't wanna talk no more, that's that. I don't wanna be like them, but I need this bread, so I pray that I make it back. Anything I spend, I'ma get that back. I don't wanna talk no more, that's that. I don't wanna be like them, but I need this bread, so I pray that I make it back. Live too fast, won't slow down. A little bit of change ain't enough now. Still up, still grind when the sun's down. Bust ride, head down, praying for a bust down. Live too fast, won't slow down. A little bit of change ain't enough now. Still up, still grind when the sun's down. Bust ride, head down, praying for a bust down. Anything I spend, I'ma get that back. I don't wanna talk no more, that's that. I don't wanna be like them, but I need this bread, so I pray that I make it back. Anything I spend, I'ma get that back. I don't wanna talk no more, that's that. I don't wanna be like them, but I need this bread, so I pray that I make it back.
Yo, you tryna dance to what? Put your drink down, baby, you done had enough. On the dance floor, get it going, stretch and stuff. I got sweat so sweet, you can taste my touch. Hands on my hips, you can feel the thrust. I'ma turn around, dip it down, shake my butt. Katie's over there, you be paid those dust. We gon' dance all night, yeah, yeah, what? Get up on it. Get up on it. Get up on it. Get up on it. I'm the shit, baby, that's the chop. You could be too. Come a little closer, it's worth a try. Buckle up, baby, and take this ride. Get up on your feet. Take a dance, take a dance. Get up on your feet. Get up on it. Get up on your feet. Get up on it. Get up on your feet. Get up on your feet. Get up on it. Yeah, what? Get up on it. Get up on it.
You know, you ever know those people who come to the club and don't want to get up off that thing? Well, we gonna make them dance tonight. Here we go.
Get up on it. 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 Get up on it.
get me where I wanna be. You do me no favors, but that's something new. I'm off of my face, you offer me too. Any rhythm chaser, plenty for my blues. You're testing my patience, I can't take it. Now wherever you are, wherever I'll be, pick up your phone, hear the road, call to me. No matter how far, wherever I may be, pick up your phone, hear the road, call to me. You better come to me, baby. I know I lose some sleep, sunshine. Oh shit, ain't I used to be stumbling up on the street. I knock your door, you know it's me. You do me no favors, but that's something new. Mom is baby, if I'm missing you, and it been no chaser, plenty for my blues. You're testing my patience, I can't take it. Now wherever you are, wherever I'll be, pick up your phone, hear the road, call to me. No matter how far, wherever I may be, pick up your phone, hear the road, call to me. Now me thinking you make just won't do. I want nothing to do with you. And now that you play, just won't do. I want nothing to do with you. Yeah, we just bubble. She want two-step, I wanna shovel. In all black and I'm seeing double. Must be trouble, it must be. Yeah, she just bubble. She want two-step, I wanna shovel. In all black and I'm seeing double. It must be trouble, it must be.
Nothing I do can bring her back. Tears fell down like bitter back. Too lonely to sit with that. I'm faded as a finger tap. Maybe I should let it go. Listening to what you know. 'Cause I don't wanna be alone. Feeling way more than I show. But I won't say I miss you. And I won't text first. 'Cause I got my own issues, I can't cope with hurt. And I won't say I miss you, even though it's facts. 'Cause I got all these issues, and you won't text me back. Text me back, text me back. Listening to what you know, 'cause I don't wanna be alone. Text me back, feeling way more than I show. But I don't wanna be alone. Know that I'm proud, yeah. I got all this pride. My love was so loud, yeah. It couldn't get you high. I know I'm the best when you are by my side. Why did we divide? I liked when you were down to ride. But I won't say I miss you, and I won't text first. 'Cause I got my own issues, I can't cope with hurt. And I won't say I miss you, even though it's facts. 'Cause I got all these issues, and you won't text me back. Text me back, text me back. Listening to what you know, 'cause I don't wanna be alone. Text me back, feeling way more than I show. But I don't wanna be alone. Text me back, listening to what you know,
broke when I was drunk on the fort. You gon' make me change the lock over my heart. No, I can't get caught slipping again. Damn. So this is how it ends. From infinity to zero. Zero. Will you ever hear it out? Will you ever hear it out? Infinity to zero. Oh, zero. Ain't it weird now? I know we always said forever before. Then you went through a bomb to these house. I used to have to let you go. Can't help but get emotional. You gon' make me change the lock over my heart. No, I can't get caught slipping again. Made a stranger from my best friend. From infinity to zero. Zero. Will you ever hear it out? Will you ever hear it out? Infinity to zero. Oh, zero. Ain't it weird now? Zero. Zero.
A story might could be confronting pages. You have the key, keep what you want, make it place it. I'll be sure to keep your mind at ease. Feels like I forgot something. Take all the gifts tonight. Would you took the cross? You know me well by now. You know me well by now. You know me well by now. Yes, I do. Yes, we do. You know me well by now. You know me well by now. You know me well by now. Yes, I do. Yes, we do. We have words, plainly needed it. I open the vaults, restrict to the sea, beneath evidence. The waves of fate, you've seen the clouds circling, same thing. Feels like I forgot something. Take all the gifts tonight. Would you took the cross? You know me well by now. You know me well by now.
let the games begin. Time for the show, drop the curtains. My favorite time of year. There's only one thing I'm certain. I'm a maniac. Whoa. I'm a maniac. Whoa. I'm a maniac. Whoa. I'm a maniac. Whoa. It's not a game that I'm playing. It's time for you to learn. Get on your knees and start praying before you crash and burn. You take me seriously after I'll cause a natural disaster. 'Cause I'm a maniac. Whoa. I'm a maniac. Whoa. I'm a maniac. Whoa. They're calling me crazy. I'm calling you baby. I'm a maniac. What are we fighting about? Oh, the answers are drifting across your face. What are we fighting about? Oh, it seems like you can't find the right phrases, and so we are always in doubt. Oh, tripping on pieces, chasing nonsense. I can't seem to figure you out. But I'm curious about you. I'm maybe that I just might like you. Maybe that there's nobody like you. Maybe that nobody gets me. Nobody gets me like you. Maybe that I just might love you. Maybe that I don't wanna leave you. Maybe that nobody gets me. Nobody gets me. What are we fighting about? Oh, you're making me crazy and I think I like it. What are we fighting about? Oh, you pull me in and baby I won't fight it. So what is this thing we're about? Oh, there's all in all of these little actions. Still I can't seem to figure you out. I'm curious about you. I can't seem to figure you out. Can't seem to figure you out. Can't seem to
colors fade away. Know that you will always have a place with me. And if we fall together gracefully. And I don't wanna waste it, no. All I gotta say is I'm yours. I don't wanna waste it, no. Even when I'm all alone, I don't wanna waste it, no. All I gotta say is I'm yours. I don't wanna waste it, no. Even when I'm all alone, I don't wanna waste it, no. All I gotta say is I'm yours. I don't wanna waste it, no. Even when I'm all alone.
Hoy con cositas que me dijiste en el mar, luminoso tu ojo queda pegado con el mío. Y sé que solo tú y yo, y sé que solo tú y yo podemos parar el tiempo. Y sé que solo tú y yo, sé que solo tú y yo podemos salvar el mundo aquí, hoy. Que me dijiste en el mar, luminoso tu ojo queda pegado con el mío. Y sé que solo tú y yo, y sé que solo tú y yo podemos parar el tiempo.
ngihleli ndedwa wazongumana ndathatheka sibekwa ndithanda ubuhle bakho baby ndiyababona bonke akekho fana nawe usisiphiwo kum kubo bonke ndikhethe wena ndikhethe wena kubo bonke ndikhethe wena ndikhethe wena ebumnyameni ndimamela inhliziyo yami enombuzo othi ungandonwabisa ubomi bami bonke ndifunana nomuntu onguwe bendiphelele ithemba kwakhanya ngawe kubo bonke ndikhethe wena ndikhethe wena kubo bonke ndikhethe wena ndikhethe wena ndihleli nawe amehlo wakho agcwele uthando kubo bonke isithandwa sami ndikhethe wena ndikhethe wena kubo bonke ndikhethe wena ndikhethe wena kubo bonke ndikhethe wena ndikhethe wena
Thanks again for listening and supporting Black Girl Joy on BFF.fm with me, Charlie Black. I'm taping this in advance, so I just want to say for yourself, hope you're doing well. I hope you've seen all the little October movies you wanted to see, Venom 13, and I think VHS 94 should be out. And to you, the listener, right now, I hope you found a song that you can carry with you throughout the weekend, and that you're staying safe, and that you're flu and COVID free. Alright, see you next week. Enjoy this last song.
Put a spell on you. Because you're mine. You better stop the things you do. I ain't lying. I ain't lying. I can't stand it. Running around
You're listening to Best Frequencies Forever.
I see. What do you think our alternatives are?
BFF.FM.
Welcome to another edition of House of Love. I, of course, am your host with the most, the man with the master plan. Oh, every Thursdays, Mr. Thursday. I don't know. I was just trying. But anyway, I am your host, DJ Mr. White. Yes, and on today's check-in, ladies and gentlemen, oh, yes, we got a good one. We got a good one, ladies and gentlemen. We got a good one. Ooh, we're playing a tribute to the ladies. That's right, we're playing a tribute to the ladies of hip-hop, the ladies of R&B. Oh, it's going to be a great show. Also, we're going to talk about some stuff that's happened in the news, that are in the news right now. But, you know, some people ask me this question all the time, and I don't know how to answer this question, but, you know, it happens. But
why are you yelling?
I shit my pants. I didn't want to shit my pants.
That's kind of how it feels, you know. Why am I yelling? That's, you know, it happens. It does. Anyway, Uncle Douglas, what's on your mind?
My. What the hell?
Yeah, I got it. But anyway, let's quit flapping the gums, if you will. And let's play some stuff, right? What do you think? I'm sorry about that. That's how I feel. Anyway, let's play the song. Let's play music. Yes. Anyway, first song. Miss Erykah Badu. Right here on BFF.FM, House of Love. Enjoy.
Manifest with every lesson learned. If your knowledge were your wealth, then it would be well earned. If we were made in His image, then call us by our names. Most intellects do not believe in God, but they fear us just the same. Oh no. My life keeps moving like a rolling stone. No. Keeps turning. Oh, what a day. What a day. The man that knows something knows that he knows nothing at all. Does it seem colder in your summertime
You should all be baptized in the funk.
Yeah. So funk. So let's take a ride with the breath. Tap, 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 tap on that ass. Open up your doors, let the funk flow in from this homie Jay and his newfound friend.
I'm hitting switches like Eric on the solo creek for yo G. It's the BR-A-T.
Putting a dip in your hip from right to left.
And on top of all that, I'm so deaf.
Well, yo, that's my clique.
Hey, homie, that's who I rose with, and we kicks nothing but the fetish.
Them calls me the funkified, funkalistic, vocalistic that they ain't ready for, but they just don't hear me though.
Because we're so funkified.
We make it move from side to side.
We're coming straight from the 606 boat is the Brett and JD. Big baby. So lay back and listen as I catch up on my pimpin' and freak this duet just like Ashford and Simpson, cause I'm and ain't too many hoes that can hang with me. It's like that, and as a matter of fact, when it comes to the brat tat tat tat, I make your neck snap back. Meaning I got the hit that'll get you bent. Tear the roof off this mother like Parliament. I'm on a rolling control like Janet. Damn it,
Brat, you're the funk bandit and they can't handle it.
I know, that's why I keep hitting them with this grammar, letting all y'all know that I'm the real mamma jammer. Straight to the head like a chronic sack.
I pass the mic to the Brat,
and yo, I passed it back.
Well, sisters and fellas, it's time to get your groove on. I provide the funkified sounds that make you move home.
Breaking these fools off proper like
it's SOSODEF dynamite, right?
Coming up at you like Ralph K. And since this ain't no honeymoon, I'm here to stay.
And the way we're coming at you, baby, we can't miss.
There's a new tag team in town.
Who that is?
You're here, I'm pleased, I really dig your company. Your style, your smile, your peace mentality. Lord, have mercy on me. I was blind, now I can see what a king's supposed to be. Baby, I feel free, come on and go with me. Let's take a long walk around the park after dark. Find a spot for us to spark conversation, verbal elation, stimulation. Share our situation, temptation, education, relaxation, elevation. Maybe we could talk about Surah 31:18. Your background, it ain't squeaky clean shit. Sometimes we all got to swim upstream. You ain't no saint, we all a sinner. But you put your good foot down and make your soul the winner. I respect that, man, you're so fat. And you're all that, plus supreme. Then you're humble, man, I'm numb, yo, feeling. I can feel everything that you bring. Let's take a long walk around the park after dark. Find a spot for us to spark conversation, verbal elation, stimulation. Share our situation, temptation, education, relaxation, elevation. Maybe we could talk about Revelations 3:17. Or maybe we could see a movie, or maybe we could see a play on Saturday. Or maybe we could roll a tree and feel the breeze and listen to a symphony. Or maybe chill and just be. Or maybe we could take a cruise and listen to the roots. Or maybe eat some passion fruit. Or maybe fly to the blues. Or maybe we could just be silent.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only...
That's it. Pack it up.
The feelings that
jam? Like to hear it? Here it go.
Free your mind.
That doesn't mean that I'm upset.
this Mardi Gras. I'm the dopest female that you've heard thus far, and I do get better. The voice gets wetter, nobody gets hurt.
As long as you let her
do my thing with an 89 swing. The dopeness, I write, I guarantee delight. To the hip-hop maniac, the uptown brainiac in full effect, MC Light is back. And better than before, as if that was possible. My competition, you'll find them in the hospital. Visiting time, I think it's on a Sunday. But notice, they only get one day to shine. The rest of the week is mine. And I'll blind you with the science that the others have yet to find. So come along and I'll lead you the right way. Just clap your hands to the words I say. Come on. Kick, kick, this one. Kick this one here for me and my DJ. I got the power to spit out and devour at the same time. I'll eat you up with a rhyme, but I'll let you slide cause you accidentally hopped on the wrong side. Now come on, that's suicide. Hypothetically speaking, okay, like say you didn't know what you were doing. You're new in town and you're looking around for another name to ruin. And it's me that you're pursuing? Well, 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 I'll be damned. I might as well tell you who I am. I am the capital L-Y-T-E. And it's shocking, I'm the one you're mocking. Oh yes, I've been watching you. Watching me and like the fat on your back. It's plain to see that you're a wannabe. But you can't be what you're not. So you better start living with what you got. This one here for me and my DJ K-Rock, let me hear it scratch. Now it's time to kick a rhyme out the patch, and you're the receiver, eager as a beaver. Time to convert the non-believer that I'm a road runner, leaving you in the dust. I can't adjust to the times, and at times I might just get quicker than the ticker of your pacemaker. More tender than a rollie, but harder than a jawbreaker. So don't ever second guess me.